3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. And here we go. Testing, testing. How do you do? How do you do? Can you hear me? Can you hear the music? Can you hear the music? Can you feel the beat? Can you feel the rhythm of the night? This is RHJunior coming to you live over the interwebs with his irregular diatribe called Spleen Squeezings, where I do a little art, a little music, critiques, reviews, social commentary, random complaints, and neurotic ramblings. All at the press of a button. And all for you. Thank you for tuning in. If you're listening, I do have to apologize. Missed yesterday completely. And when I say I missed yesterday totally. I literally could not wake up. I crashed hard for whatever reason. I was just exhausted. So I do gotta apologize for that. But I am here. I am back. I am live, barely. But yes, we are doing the show. We are doing it live. We're doing it on the internet. This thing better be playing the music. I need to get more images for that slideshow. Yeah. Yes, we have one. Yes, we have one banana in the audience. Yes, we have a banana. Yes. How are you? I just want to check something real quick. Uh, yeah. Apparently, yes, we have one. Yes, we have one banana in the audience. Yes, we have. Apparently, for some reason, the music is not playing for y'all. Hold on a second. Let's see here. Audio. Testing, testing. Music? Can you hear the music? I can't, I can hear the music. But according to these meters and sound meters and junk, you can't. So, can you hear the music? I can't. Well, apparently, I can hear the music. Nope, it's not working. It's not working at all. And I am not sure how to fix it. Ah, here we go. Let's try this. Let's see what we get here. Testing, testing, 1 2 1 2 1 2. Okay. I. Let's see what we get here. Testing, testing, 1 2 1 2 1 2. I. It's not doing anything. Let's see. I don't know. Can you, whoever you are, whoever's watching, just sing out your name so I can know who I'm talking to. Uh, I hate this. I hate how. Okay, headphones, speakers. Okay, it's testing, testing, 1 2 1 2 1 2. Okay, I'm gonna. Testing, testing, 1 2 1 2. Testing, testing, 1 2 3. Testing, testing, 1 2 3. Okay, if you can hear me, I'm still working on this. We got a little audio problem here I'm trying to fix. Manage audio devices. Let's see here. Ah, here I know what I did. I think I can fix this. Testing. We can fix it. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay, I got to stop it for a second and change something. Hang on. Okay, okay, okay. I think we got it. Yeah. Okay, you should be able to hear the music. Okay, okay, okay. I think we got it. You should be able to hear the music now. Yay. Testing. Aren't you excited? I know I'm excited. I feel excited. I think you should feel excited too. It has been... Okay. As always, I would like y'all to urge y'all. I gotta... Daddy gotta get a new pair of shoes. Okay. Well, actually, Daddy gotta pay the electric bill and the internet bill and the rent and the utilities and basically I've got I've got a little over $100 in the bank and I need to make about 5 times as much before the end of this month. So I've got I'm stumping out here. I do commissions. $20 for a black and white drawing, $40 for a color drawing. That's where they start at. You go to the website. We're scrolling across the bottom of your screen. Place an order. Check my emails. And when I get the description, I get your email. We get the description, and we go from there. Go to www.rhjunior.com. /commissions. And there's a little thingamajiggy that you can place your order. The prices start $20 for a black and white drawing, $40 for a color drawing, and also, what else do we have on the website? www. Let's see. We have the commissions page. We also have there is a Patreon button here. There's a PayPal button if you want to. It's a tip jar. I need to get a little tip jar logo right there. But it says PayPal and has a donate button if you want to drop something in the hat. There's also Patreon if you want to make more regular support. Like a couple of dollars on a regular basis every month or so. But let's see here. Home comic buy. Okay, go to buy. B-U-I. That's subtle right there. And we have got several books for sale. through Kablam.com, and also taking pre-orders for the archival DVD. It's going to be a DVD with the archives of all my web comics and strip and everything else, with the exception of the Probability Bomb. That's a separate Kickstarter program. The archival DVD will be tagged and bagged and wrapped up and ready to ship out. The last strip for it, it will be completely updated to 12/31, New Year's Eve, and it will be tag bagged and ready to ship by January 31st. Taking pre-orders, you can get it for $15.99. Just go to the store page, rhjunior.com/buy, and you can click on the pre-order button right there. It says buy now. And we also have several Tales of the Questro books for sale through patreon.com. A Quentin Space Ranger, the first volume. Nip and Tuck, first 3 books. Also have archives of Under the Lemon Tree, its complete run, and Camp Calamine. I'll be straight with you. The margin on those is pretty narrow. I would really much rather have people get something from me. I won't say no to a donation, and I never have. But I prefer. I would much rather be in a position where I'm getting, where I'm making my money by selling things than just. But people, I make every, just. If you're gonna live hand, as the saying goes from Hello Dolly, if you're gonna live hand to mouth, be ambidextrous. So, just so you know, those are all the options. Those are all the thingamajiggies and doodads and dooflotchies. Don't know what a dooflotchie is. There is a new Nip and Tuck strip up though for those who missed it. Chapter 35 of The Great Alicorn Hunt has been posted on filmfiction.net. I'm working on Chapter 36. Yes, there is a method to my madness. There is a reason. It is going to be incorporated in the story, Chapter 35. So, for all those people out there who've been saying, oh, this chapter doesn't fit in with anything, it will eventually. I'm thinking and nothing's happening. Okay. Would everybody in the audience stand up and say, hey, whoa, hey, ho, and tell me who you are? We've got an epic audience of 1 at the moment. Say your name. We know you're there. Got a Twitter about this. Just make sure everybody knows it. Tweet. I don't know what that's all about either. I just do it. It's We are listening to royalty-free music. In the background, we have royalty-free music by CopyrightRebel.com. He's a vegan, but we'll try not to hold that against him. I don't know what it is. It's got somebody came into my forums. Apparently one of my chapters, I said something about human beings being more obligate omnivores. And he's like, he comes, oh, you're giving people false information. And no, I'm not. And he said, people can live on a entirely vegetarian diet, entirely vegetarian. And I'm like, no, they can't. Well, they can live, but they will live a shorter life, a less healthy life. And so basically, yeah, technically speaking, a cat can live on a vegetarian diet, just not very long. So, a cat or a dog can live on a vegetarian diet. That doesn't, just not very long. Now, uh, uh, vegetarians will tell you that the only thing you do not get from vegetables is vitamin B12. That is not true. There is an entire array of proteins and lipids and other nutrients that you can only get from meat, or that require such exotic. Let's make it short. The vegetarianism is not natural. Vegetarianism is not natural. It is a luxury. It is a luxury lifestyle of the 21st century, and it relies on 21st century medicine, 21st century agriculture, and 21st century intercontinental trade to remain possible. The only reason that most vegetarians are not sicker than they are is because they're choking down vitamins, and because they are getting food, exotic food, with the trace nutrients they need, shipped from halfway across a continent. It's rubbish. Yes, it was true that mankind at once, it was true that at time mankind lived on a vegetarian diet. Then he left Eden. Even before the flood, even before the flood, men were herders of cattle, and they weren't herding them for their companionship. Okay? And after man got off the ark, God flat out told Noah and his family, here's a knife, here's a fork, there they are, dig in. He made it expressly explicit that the animals of the earth were, they were food. And even before that, when Adam and Eve left Eden, the first thing God did was He killed an animal, took its skin, and gave it to them for clothing. So our position on the food chain has been established since literally the dawn of time. And if you're an evolutionist, I feel sorry for you, son. But even by your interesting theology, mankind is not a vegetarian species and has not been since before the dawn of civilization. And human beings can get along on a vegetarian diet, but the margins on it are not good. And a vegan diet, forget it. All right. Wanted to talk about a couple of movies today. Actually, as a topic that crossed my mind. Okay, I've got a stack of commissions here. I'm trying to decide which ones to work on first. Uh, Danny Meyer's got one that's sort of time sensitive. It's got to go out by Thanksgiving. So I think I'll do it with that one. As always, trying to make my daily bread here. If you happen to know any Thurston Howells, if you happen to know any idle rich people, have them go by the website, read my stuff, and make a suggestion. Have them come by and just look through the art gallery. Go, with any luck, they'll go, oh my goodness, honey, how droll. Let's throw a bankroll at him just for laughs. you know, I won't complain. Uh, but I got stuff for sale. I got commissions to do, and my jar is always open. And I am trying to update more often. There is a new nip and tuck strip up. And I tripped over my tongue trying to say that. And there is a new nip and tuck strip up. I dare you to say that 10 times real fast. Now, let's see here. Well, what crosses my mind? There were two movies that came out, about a decade or two ago. Let's get up the information on. Let's get the information on them. Uh, uh, let's see. The movies that crossed my mind: Forrest Gump and Napoleon Dynamite. These two movies, not a lot in common. Uh, Napoleon Dynamite was basically, it's about, to quote the IMDb page, is in a small town, Preston, Idaho, awkward teen Napoleon Dynamite has trouble fitting in. Uh, After his grandmother is injured in an accident, his life is made even worse when his strangely nostalgic uncle Rico shows up to keep an eye on him. Uh, with no safe haven at home or at school, Napoleon befriends the new kid, Pedro, a morose Hispanic boy who speaks little English. Together, the two launch a campaign to run for class president. Now, and then Forrest Gump. Again, quoting the Forrest Gump IMDb page. Slow-witted Forrest Gump has never thought of himself as disadvantaged, and thanks to his supportive mother, he leads anything but a restricted life, whether dominating on the gridiron as a college football star, fighting in Vietnam, or captaining a shrimp boat. Forrest inspires people with his childlike optimism. But one person Forrest cares about most may be the most difficult to save: his childhood love, the sweet but troubled Jenny. Now, one is Napoleon Dynamite was more of a surrealistic comedy. That's the only way I can describe. Uh, well, Forrest Gump was a major Hollywood production, dramatic movie. And I'm sure most of us have seen it, but both movies do have a certain amount of things in common. The main protagonist uh, is not clever or witty or hyper talented. He's well. Let's back up and let me put it this way. The first thing that I noticed about the movie is that they both got panned by critics, and for largely parallel reasons. Napoleon Dynamite, a lot of the critics came out and complained about it. Basically, they said that it was demeaning to the mentally challenged. The thing of it is that Napoleon Dynamite is not supposed to be mentally challenged, and if anything, the rest of the entire nobody else, it's not him in particular that acts particularly mentally ill. He is, there's nobody else in the cast who they all act about the same way: awkward, clumsy, poorly spoken. He doesn't. Let's just say that Napoleon Dynamite doesn't stand out from the crowd as mentally retarded. But they really missed the point, I think. And Forrest Gump, Siskel and Ebert, they gave it props as a well orchestrated movie, but Siskel's repetitive complaint was that it played to what he called an American myth, the American fairy tale of the rags to riches story, and but they basically sneered at it. It's like, oh yeah, right, a mentally challenged man would really do that well. They both, I think, and in both cases, in both movies, the critics who panned them missed the point of both movies. They panned Forrest Gump because they said it was just an American. I forget the term for a particular type of rags to riches story is very common back in the 19th century. But they said it was a play to the old myth about anybody can be a success in America if they just keep on the little engine that could myth. And they said it was a myth about success without difficulty, and I'm like, you didn't watch the same movie as I did. And they critiqued Napoleon Dynamite because they thought it was making fun of the mentally challenged, and again, they missed the point. They too used. Well, let's talk about Forrest Gump first. This one, I watched the movie. This is the first movie I ever saw that I went back to the theater to watch it twice. It's the first movie I ever saw that I wanted to watch in the theater 2 times. And I paid for the ticket and everything. And as much of a penny pincher as I am, that's certainly saying something. Now, the thing of it is Forrest Gump, they all thought the point that I came away with, the idea that I came away from watching the movie, is that the reason Forrest Gump succeeds isn't because of luck. It isn't because of luck. It isn't because, he's a little engine that could. I think the point that the writer was making, the point that the script was making, is that the real secret to success in life, and I've got to get behind this idea. I really get behind this idea. That the reason Forrest Gump succeeds is it's not about being clever. The pretense of most Hollywood movies is that the protagonist, who's supposed to be this underdog, the protagonist underdog succeeds because he outsmarts and outwits everyone, or he out heroics them. Forrest Gump doesn't succeed because he's uh, smarter or more clever, trickier than anybody. He doesn't succeed because he succeeds because he knows what the right thing is to do, and he just simply does it. Doing the right thing is not complicated. It doesn't require a great deal of intellect to figure out what the right thing is to do. In fact, that's what infuriates many people, frustrates them, uh, frustrates certain people of a certain mentality, shall we say, is that it's not about being clever. Doing the right thing is often very simple, very straightforward, uh, very easy to understand. And they're saying, oh, you're oversimplifying things. No, I'm not. There's a difference between something being simple and something being easy. And in fact, the simplest things in life, like doing the right thing, are often the hardest things to do. But Forrest Gump succeeds because he doesn't stop and try to get clever with what he knows he has to do. His friends need pulled out of a firefight. He just does it. He needs to work in a field or follow orders in the military, or he does. He needs to take care of the girl he loves, and he just does it. Most of the people out there, especially Hollywood types, or most of us, let's be honest, all of us, we outsmart ourselves. We are confronted with a straightforward moral issue, and we try and clever our way through or around it. Forrest Gump isn't a fairy tale. It's a portrayal of what happens when a man, despite his shortcomings, when he is confronted with a moral choice, when he is confronted with life's conflicts, he doesn't flinch back. He just marches straight forward and does what he knows is right. One of the best lines in the movie is the girl, the troubled, messed up Jenny, who he has loved his whole life, and who he has tried to hold close, and she is so messed up, and she looks at him and she says, "Why are you so good to me? Why?" And there's no complex answer from him. Because you're my girl. It's amazing how many moral issues, straight from the Bible, if you want to, if you have to be dragged back that far, just that simple. Husbands, love your wives. Wives, love your husbands. Is there any footnotes to that? Is there anything there that sounds complicated or difficult, or like you have to do further research? No! It's simply stated. Just do it, Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not bear false witness. Tell the truth. Love your neighbor. Doing the right thing is not complicated. It's the hardest thing in the world because it's so simple. That's something that's a little too elusive for most people in Tinseltown to grasp, I think. Now we talk about the next one, Napoleon Dynamite. That was, a low budget production. There was an entirely different message from that movie. It's worth noting. It's worth noting. Okay, the movie had no profanity, not a single swear word in the whole movie. There was no TNA, no profanity, uh, none of the crap that seems to be a default setting for any Hollywood movie. But moving on from that, what people don't, what the critics didn't get, this was not a Hollywood portrayal of high school life. The thing of you've seen the joke, not another high school movie. I mean, they're actually aware of the joke in Hollywood. That it's all a formula. Think about it. The average high school movie, all the actors are actually in their 20s, and they are all of the beautiful people. Even the supposedly ugly characters, unless they are cartoonishly ugly, the ugly pretty girl is actually a fashion model wearing geek glasses. It's as unrealistic a portrayal. And they're all clever. They're all witty. They all have snappy one-liners. And they all have ingenious plans for how they're going to stop the evil corporate development from destroying their favorite park or school or whatever, or stopping the evil tyrannical principal from ruining their school year. That kind of thing. It's about as realistic as it's about as realistic as Pamela Anderson's boobs. But Napoleon Dynamite, the characters looked, they looked like normal people. They acted like normal people. They lived in a town that, surprised, not everything had uh, uh, a corporate logo on it and wasn't the nicest and latest product in the line. Napoleon Dynamite's house could have been half the families I know. Nobody in that movie was cool. Nobody was cool. Nobody was fashionable. Nobody was Hollywood beautiful. Nobody was clever or sharp-witted. No, nobody had somebody with a script writer standing behind them, giving them cool, snappy one-liners. The most memorable quotes from that movie are things like do the chickens have large talons? Come get your breakfast, you fat lard. Crap like that. And the kids behave like kids. They're dumb, dorky, and awkward. I like your sleeves. They're extra poofy. I think that was the point of the movie. That was the point of the movie. That was the point of Napoleon Dynamite. The point was, no, nobody's cool here. Nobody's cool. Yes, you're right. Your parents are weird. Your neighbors are lame. Your community is like 20 years behind the times, and that's okay. You don't have to look like a Hollywood actor posing as a teenager. You don't have to you don't have to be ridiculously super smart or super talented or stylish and fashionable uh, with the latest outfit on, and you don't have to look like you walked off the set of a teen movie to be a normal teenager. The guy that the auth let's put it as just flat out authenticity. And that's why it sold so well with so many teenage when it came out. It was the first time they saw somebody on screen that didn't look like their own that didn't look like a fashion model posing as a teenager. Yeah, the Napoleon Dynamite was clumsy like them. He was awkward looking like them. He was, he said stuff that sounded stupid. He did, like they did, and one of us. That was the point of Napoleon Dynamite. Uh, Nobody's cool. Nobody's really cool like they're shown in the movies, and that's okay. You know, long before the Honey Badger didn't give a damn, Napoleon Dynamite didn't either. And that's not a bad ideal. Tell me what you think. Tell me what you think of the idea. You know, am I off base? Am I communicating well? Am I getting the idea across? Do you agree with it? Do you disagree with it? Just post your comments in the chat room section. If you'll excuse me, I'll be right back. I gotta take care of things. I'll be right back in about 5 minutes. Okay, I am back again. Sorry to keep you waiting. Hello, 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 hello. How y'all doing? All one of you. Yay. Oof. Tummy's acting up a little bit. Went down the wrong tube. Pardon. All right. Got gunk on my glasses here. Trying to clean them. Feeling a little grungy, a little grind down. Oh, crap. My electric bill's back. $400. Minimum payment due on December 4th. $441. I have been chucking money at them by the fistful, and that's just great. Let's see here. Looking for commission description, but quick moment here. Ouch. Thanksgiving. Okay. Excuse me. I'm going to change this for Daniel Meyer. If you're listening, I'm going to change the layout just a little bit for that. Slightly better arrangement right there. I just realized I've been up since midnight last night, I think. Took a little nap in the middle of the day, but that wasn't much. Didn't realize how long I've been up. Oh, darn it. Darn it. Excuse me, just a second. Sorry about that. You there? Ah, darn it. That music stopped again. Pardon? I went to take a little sip of soda pop, and just as I started to take a little sip of my energy drink, a little no-see-um flew down my windpipe. Like a dust or something, and that's always fun. You know, you know. Okay. Where was I? Oh yes, drawing. I love that animation right there. You know that alternate version of Luna. I hate it when that happens. Little something went down the windpipe. Stay freaking doodah. Okay, let's see. Let's see who all's here. Let's see who all's here. We've got two people in the audience. We've got Final Legend Zero, and we have somebody else who hasn't spoken yet. I think too many of y'all are used to watching TV, where you just sit there, no feedback. You know, come on. Give me a little Dora the Explorer at least here, you know? Little interaction. Oh, now we're down to one. Man, I'm chasing audience off. Let's see. This splash page does not work. It just doesn't. It just doesn't sing, darn it. Let me show you what I'm talking about here. I've been worked on this all day last show, and it's just really not, it just doesn't soar, darn it. It's fair enough, but it just something missing. I don't know. And frankly, I don't really think I need a splash page of any kind. I'm gonna let that sit. I'm gonna let that stew for a while. It's a transition point in the story. What I call a transition point is when I'm trying to get from point A to point B, and I don't know. I'm trying to get from point A to point C, and I haven't quite figured out what happens at point B yet. That's the problem. Step by step. Let's see, Kruger. Okay, you've already seen that one. I'm pleased with it, but at the same time, I'm not sure what's missing. I'm not sure. I just can't place it. Well, this was a commission I did for Highland a while back. I know what probably would have worked better with a more show accurate sky in the background. It doesn't, it's just that the background doesn't seem to be closing in around me. It doesn't seem to, it's supposed to be, an enclosed area. It doesn't pull the eye in towards the center very well. This arc of stones around the pool, that works. It sort of pulls it in towards the center. But this sort of spreads it out, and goes up this direction, goes down this direction, goes down this direction, goes up that direction. That's the best I can describe. It goes down here, and it goes out there, and it goes out there. It doesn't, it doesn't pull in towards the focus. I think that's what's bothering me. What I'm going to take a minute here. I'm going to post these to my Deviant Art page. Excuse me. I've had this Deviant Art page for years. I almost never use it. It's really silly. If I'm going to have it, I might as well use it. Their upload system is kind of a pain in the butt. So many intermediary steps. Now, what's the difference? You got the stash, and you submit art, and I'm like, why? Wherefore are you doing two different things? I can't see any of the image. Why isn't it showing me? I hate when it lags. Why isn't it letting me drop and drag here? Alright, hold on. I'm trying to do something and it's not cooperating. It's mean to me. You know, computer. The man is just not normal. Okay, could you stop that? Computer. Dead blasted. It's not. It's... Why isn't it? Stupid system. Try it the old way. Let's see. One at a time. Okay, open. I hate messing around with computer systems. Make everything a hassle. Basically, got to submit everything twice. I'm like, thank you so much for that marvelously organized system. Chunky. Yum yum. better not be giving me grief because it won't take pings, because I'll get trifle upset with them if they don't. We don't take pings. Pings are for peasants. Could have sworn there was more images in here that hadn't been uploaded yet. I think I've got a couple. Oh, goodness, is those old commissions for data packet? Oh, goodness. Excuse me. Darn it. Upload files, darn you. It's not uploading them. Finally. Okay. I really don't know who designed this system. It's counterintuitive. I've said this before. I'll say it again. If computer engineers, if computer programmers designed a car, it wouldn't have a steering wheel. It would have 5 levers, 3 of which work backwards. And the gas and throttle would be controlled by a panel of switches with no labels. Hopefully if I update this thing a little bit more, I'll get a little bit more traffic, I'll get a little bit more attention. It's all about self-advertising. That's the thing of it. You have to self-promotion, you know. Constant battle to keep track of which images I have where and whether or not they've been posted. Beg your pardon. You will note that the background music has gotten rather monotonous. And they wonder why so many people just have trouble accepting certain types of music when nearly everything they do sounds almost exactly the same. Okay. I'm going to have to do that over and over and over again for all those pictures. All those multiple steps. It is just not intuitive. It is not intuitive. It is not easy to use. So it tells me I'm better with mine. Really, just not. I love that. I love that little selection. It says contains mature content. I wonder what would happen if you gave people an option that said contains immature content. I wonder what kind of pictures would end up under that. Now this picture, let me see if you're watching what I'm doing here. Okay, this picture, I like it. I like how it turned out, and that's a big butt. It's the heaviest butt you've ever seen. Uh, this, this got a little crowded. She took up a lot of space there. I should have extended the image out a little further, so I could put this mecha in a more dynamic pose. He's standing there, all stiff and junk, straight up and down. She's standing there akimbo. Oh, come on, computer. I hate it when it come on. Come on, computer. Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up. Sits there and looks at you. Great. It's crapping its pants. Been meaning to do this for a while. I'm sorry I'm taking all your time up like this, but shake the money tree. Is this on? Yeah. Some guy. Oh, I can't eat art. Don't you remember when it was all about the music? No. It keeps locking up. It keeps glitching, and I have to go back and I resubmit it. My fault. I'm pretty sure I already submitted that one. Well, if I did, I'll go. Did I just submit this, or did I already just... I'm losing track of what I'm doing. Oh, update, yeah, I already did that one. Okay. Just one. Heard in the news today. Okay. Uh, 35 of the 50 states of the United States, for those of you who are not in the United States, we have 50 states, each run by a governor, and 35 governors have come forward and said, no, you are not bringing those Syrian Muslim refugees here. Obama, of course, is peeing his pants mad. And he might be able to, it might come to him having to force them to do it, but they're standing ground and refusing to let any of them into their states. This is the proudest I've been of our state governors in a long time. I am happy and proud to say that Ohio is among those states. Well, the son of a bitch and his administration have decided to retaliate. Apparently, a spiteful little shit. I'll speak of him respectably. I'll speak of him respectfully when he has earned some respect. He has forfeited any respect he might have had just for having the office. I'm sorry, just because he's filling a chair does not make him worthy of respect. He is refusing to allow any of the Christian refugees from Syria into this country. His administration is no, none of them. We are expected to take in tens of thousands of people following the religion of jihad, but Christians who are being actually persecuted, murdered, beheaded, beaten, stoned, killed, raped, murdered. Oh no, we're not going to let them in. And but oh no, he's not Muslim. Obama's not Muslim. He couldn't possibly be Muslim. Vocabulary word for you today: taqiyya. Taqiyya. That's how it's spelled in English. It is the doctrine of Islam that says it is perfectly acceptable to lie and deceive and betray and backstab. Infidels do not count as human beings in the Church of Islam, in the religion of Islam. It is service to Allah to lie right in the face of an unbeliever. That's when you hear, these Johnny-come-latelys are coming out of the wood. Oh, I'm moderate Muslim and I protest this. Sucker. If you believe him, you're a sucker. The only reason that any Muslim coming forward and putting on this little monkey show, this little dancing monkey show, we protest this, is because they figured that the battle is already engaged. They've already invaded, and this is one last chance for them to throw in cat among pigeons and keep people guessing for a few seconds longer. I don't care how peaceful they live. Do they believe the Quran? Then they are the enemy. Do they follow Muhammad? They are the enemy. Look, when you're asking, do they follow Muhammad? You're asking if they follow a man who was a murderer, traitor, and pedophile. You would shoot a group of people who marched through your town proclaiming that they were supporters of a convicted pedophile. No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. They're called Muslims. And a lot of apologists and deceivers. There's a passage passage in English they like to quote from the Quran is, if a man murders an innocent, it is as if he had murdered the entire world. That's paraphrasing. It is as if he had murdered the entire world. But what they don't say is that in the same doctrine, he was speaking to Jews, and in their doctrine, they do not believe anyone who is a non-believer is innocent. The only innocents in the religion of Islam are Muslims. What Muhammad was saying was to the Jews that if they retaliated and killed a Muslim, the reaction was going to be the same as if they had murdered every Muslim. In other words, shall we say, disproportionate retaliation. It was a threat to kill, this is the way the Nazis phrased it. For every German that is slain on the battlefield, we're going to kill ourselves 100 Jews. That was the idea behind it. That was the mentality behind that phrase. It was not a proclamation of peace. It was a proclamation of an intent to mass slaughter. I love how these people, they come out and they say, "Oh, you don't, they're misinterpreting the religion, they did this." So basically, these idiots are standing there trying to tell literally millions of Muslims, you're doing your religion wrong. As if these terrorists are going to hear these pointy-headed California Kool-Aid drinkers, and they're going to, "Oh my goodness, we have been misinterpreting our own religion for 1,400 years. We shall go back home and live peaceably and drink tea with you." No! The leader of ISIS is a graduate of a Muslim college. He holds a doctorate in Islamic theology. And these pointy-headed wankers are coming out here trying to tell the leader of tens of thousands of mass murdering Muslims that, oh, you got your religion wrong. Like that, like he's going to drop everything, and they're all going to change their mind and go home and live like Unitarians. Just what planet do these people come from, really? It's... Look, Highland, he was raised by Muslims. Barack Obama, look at his name. He was raised in a Muslim. He's the son of a Muslim. He was raised in a Muslim school. He lived around Muslims. Even if he is not an open practitioner, he reveres Islam and despises Christianity. Just the same way he reveres Marxism and despises capitalism and democracy. Yeah, but you're right. He is a useful idiot. Anybody who follows that religion is a useful idiot. You think it's the leaders that are out there strapping bombs to themselves? No, they find the most illiterate raghead they can find, promise him 72 servings of poontang, and strap some C4 to him and throw him into a crowd. They're not doing, they're not, a collection of the best and brightest. You go along enough, eventually the Marxists do the exact same thing. Why not both, as the joke goes? Which one, Islam or Marxism? Both. They've both caused more slaughter on this planet than anything else you can imagine. It's a running bet on who's killed more people, Islam or Muhammad or Marx. In the name of Marx, the empires of the 20th century killed, I forget how, something like 64 million of their own citizens. And meanwhile, over the past 1500 years, Muhammad's prophets, and followers have been racking up a death toll of their own. They've been, they haven't had the utility of 20th century warfare, but they've been at it longer. So, Muhammad had a more personal body count than Marx did. Marx was the poster child for useless people. He literally never held a job in life. And he lived off the charity of his friends. He lived in the house of one of his wealthy supporters. He lived the life of Riley and never worked a day in his life. To the world unite, he would be on the outside of the crowd. Cosmic irony. Cosmic irony. Let's see here. Let's see here. Okay, we have one for Kruger. Let's see here. Whoa, beg pardon. Oh, why did you do that? You're so disgusting. It's an awkward pose right there that I got for those guys, those two. It's rather awkward. Doesn't look, well, I don't know. Okay, I'll be right back. I run to the restroom again. Be right back. And up again. Okay, let's see. Okay, we have 5 people in audience. Glad to see y'all. As always, trying to keep the lights on and everything else. Taking commissions, pledges, donations are all so nice, but doing commissions, $20 starting with $20 at black and white, 40, starting at 40 for color. Let's see here. Basically, okay, should I tell you? I don't know. I don't feel like telling you. I just, you know how it is. Every last one of you knows how it is. So I don't think there's any real need to spell it out. But electric bill, lot rent. That's $200 or $300. I've got to get. Let's see here. Between the electric bill and the lot rent, I have got to make over. Oh well. Minimum pay. They're saying here I'm getting my AEP bill. They're saying my minimum payment due on December 4th is $441. So I got to do a lot of drawing. And that's not taking into account lot rent, which is another $300, internet bill, which is another $40, this, and tax bill, which, my back tax bill, which is another $100, and you get the idea. I gotta make a lot of bread. So I'm pushing my commissions, my commission offer as hard as I can right now. Let's see here. Work on this. This is another commission by Kruger. Thank you again, Mr. Kruger, for your patronage. Your whatever you call it. Patronage, that's the term, I guess. I do not know the fancy word for it. Yes, little crusty things all over my glasses. Blech. It's disgusting. Spilled soda on my, a few drops of soda, got little sticky spots on my drawing pad here. Just clean that off here real quick. Bleh. Oh, that's much better. But, Ah. No, let me switch over the camera here so you can see what I'm doing. Ouch! Ow! Poked myself in the nose. Or in the glasses, actually. But sort of an olive oil looking, olive oil sort of look going there. Uh, I wonder how many years it's going to be before most of the references I don't, yeah, you ever sit there and you realize, pretty soon nobody's going to understand the references I'm making. How many kids do you know of who know who Popeye is, or olive oil, or Bluto? I mean, those guys, those were old when I was a kid. Those characters, Thimble Theater, they're ancient. Some things are timeless, granted, but think of how many things are already sliding into obscurity, and it's only been like a decade or so. Popeye's been around for almost a. You realize that Blondie and Dagwood, Blondie, the comic strip with Dagwood, has been around for almost a century, close to it. Something like 80 years. Let's see here. Let's see. Oh, Wikipedia and Blondie. Ouch. My leg isn't infected again. Let's see. It was launched in 1930. It has been around for 85 years. 85 years. It has been. It has had three. It is the current uh, uh, two artists and writers have died in the traces. So Chick Young, then Dean Young, and then it's now being drawn by John Marshall. Oh, I'd take that back. Chick Young drew Blondie until his death in 1973, when creative control passed to his son Dean Young, who continues to write the strip. Uh, there have been collaborations with a number of artists in Blondie, including Jim Raymond, Mike Gersher, Stan Drake, Dennis LeBrun, and John Marshall. What is it? This is why cartoonists can't make a break. This is why comic strip artists like me can't, and people way more talented than me with way better comics. Let's be honest, cannot make a break into syndication, into the newspapers, where the big time, the big time is, so to speak, because the syndicates will not change. They will hold on to a property after the original artist has been pushing up mushrooms since the 1970s. Now, originally, Blondie is the wife. The story was originally about her. This was back in the 1930s. She was a flapper. A little bit of a bimbo and a dimbob, but that the stereotype, a little bit, but moments of sharp wittiness, shall we say? But the idea was is that Blondie was this flapper. Dagwood was the son of a couple of millionaires, rich upper crust people, and they did not like Blondie, and they were constantly, and that was the theme of it, you know, and he refused to give her up no matter what, and he eventually married her, and they disowned him. And the strip's general theme has been that ever since, the marriage between him and her. This comic strip has been around since the days of the Flappers. Was originally focused on the adventures of Blondie Boopadoop, a carefree flapper girl who spent her days in dance halls. Dagwood was the son of a wealthy industrialist, and her, then, like I said, Dagwood's parents disinherited him. This comic strip has been living on running gags for longer than any of us have been alive. 75 years. 85 years, actually. You look at a newspaper comic page. First of all, they're shrinking. They used to be full size. You pick up the Sunday comics. That was the size that all comics used to be. The dailies used to be, but now they're shrunk. You look at some of the strips. For instance, they've shrunk even further. Peanuts used to be a standard size for comic strips, but you look at the images of they're running reruns now, but they've had to mash them. You can see that they have been compressed and distorted. They've compressed long ways, fit into the new format. Every year they shrink the newspaper comics a little bit more, push them a little bit further back, and leave. It's like a parking lot back there. It's like a parking lot with the big newspapers. They maybe have 20 parking spaces. Smaller newspapers, mostly 10 to 15 maybe. And well, what you gonna do? Some of those comics have been parked there. Blondie, 70, 85 years. And nothing is ever going to take its place. And the newspapers are scared to drop anything because the old farts who in the rest home who still read the newspaper go, oh, why'd you take down Blondie? The only people that would complain about these strips going away and being replaced are the only ones that have the time to waste complaining in the first place. So any new strips have no chance. No chance, never going to happen. You are going to die of old age before you see some of those comic strips leave. Garfield. Garfield is a poster example of utterly flavorless. There's no, there's no current issues, no trends, no, just the same jokes more or less for 20, 30 years now. Uh, let's see the Garfield franchise. Let's see. Jim Davis has been running daily since 1978, 37 years ago. The man doesn't even draw his own comic strip. He has a staff of artists and presumably writers. He doesn't produce it. He just signs it. But he is never going to be. He's never going to be hungry again. He makes no social. He deliberately makes no social commentary, no political commentary. He claimed that he thought OPEC was a denture adhesive. My comic strip, I was trying to make an issueless, I was trying to do a, zero social commentary strip with Tally Ho. Didn't last long, did it? Uh, I ended up making political and social commentary anyway. The whole he succeeded. Jim Davis set out to create a marketable character. He succeeded. Garfield, uh, as far as it goes, has the social depth of a teaspoon. I don't think I could do that. I don't know if I could. I don't know if I ever could successfully write a strip, just stripped, completely stripped of all social or political commentary. That's just me. I was raised by a Baptist preacher. This inevitable, I suppose. And quite frankly, if I did succeed in making a zero you know, no offense, marketable comic strip like Garfield, I would never stand a chance. Why? Because hello, the field's already taken. They've already got a Garfield. What am I going to add with my take on it? So that was my objective behind creating Tally Ho. To create, inoffensive humor comic strip like Garfield. say it wasn't Tallyho was a bad strip, but so far as being a completely issue-free comic, I didn't quite manage that. I don't just have pet peeves, I raise and breed them. the irony of it is that while you're apparently where do you live, Kruger? Where do you live? Cause because Alberta. Alberta's in Canada, isn't it? Canada. I note the subtle irony of celebrating, I note the subtle irony of you commissioning a picture of winter getting its butt kicked by spring, uh, just as they are predicting the first utterly nasty weather of the year over the coming week. They're predicting a major cold snap all the way down where I am. I'm not a happy camper. I mean, I do not live in. I don't exactly live in a igloo. You know what I'm saying? I don't exactly have this marvelous little, you know, hermetically, thermodynamically sealed chamber to live in. I'm going to die. Uh, Look, I'm going to say it again. The electric bill. Uh, I'm always, as always, it's hand to mouth here, and I do not have. I have enough to pay this month's back taxes, and that's it. And so that leaves internet, the electric bill especially, lot rent, and well, pretty much everything that I still have to raise money for by the end of this month. If any of y'all can spare a buck or two, please, just my tip jar is always open on my website. And I also take commissions. As always, you go to my website, and there's a link that says I have books to sell, and an annual archival CD. This first CD is basically going to be an archive of everything on my website, except for the probability bomb. It's going to be an archive of all the comics on my website up to December 31st. You can pre-order it now for $15.99. I also have books for sale, and well, you go there. I used to do merchandise through Cafe Press, but nobody wants anything. I've tried everything. Nobody seems to want anything that I have for sale. Well, I had T-shirts and all that other crap. Nobody wants them. So, like, what the heck? And it got to a point where there were constant problems with the cafe press people. They would lose files, image files. I would go back to check and see what my sales were on, say, a T-shirt, and there would be no record of that T-shirt in my designs. And I finally got fed up with it. I dropped them like a hot rock. I've looked at several others, but none have really struck me as they've not had the same arrangement, not the same deal. Just not as good. Just not as good, which is sad. fairly speaking. And really, nobody was buying them. It was just a waste. It was just a waste of time. So maybe I'll try merchandising again sometime. When I've got something I'm confident people will actually buy. Right now, I don't think I have anything that no T-shirt designs or anything that they're just going to be falling all over themselves for. Bugs. Mm. Have to deal with all these, every time the weather warms up, you get all these little no-see-ums that come out of hiding. Itty-bitty bugs. pale blue for snowflakes. Kruger 5 first. A little rosy on the cheeks. And now for the background. Let's see here. Let's see. Pencils. I changed that around, didn't I? Oops. That wasn't what I wanted. I do not know what I just did. But there we go. Alright. Flowers. Not that. No, not that. Which flower was it? That's not it either. I do have some lovely flower patterns here. These aren't it either. Vegetation. Grass, 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 trees, foliage, ginkgo leaf. Come on. Come on. crystal. Panel blue. Okie dokie. Here we go. And what do you think? Yeah, well, winter's gonna come back with a vengeance. At least according to the weatherman. We're supposed to get a big freeze followed by a huge snow. And that is gonna suck so hard. Because this little trailer is, miserable to keep warm. It's you know, you know, it just is. I could go into details, but let me just put it this way: cold. I'm probably going to have to retreat to my living room. I'm just going to have to bundle up and sleep in my. I'm going to probably hang some curtains across the divider between my kitchen area and my computer living room type area, and just huddle around this electric heater and run my electric bill probably clear up to $1,000. This place used to be this place used to be piped for gas, or it still is technically, but my pipes. I had to have my gas disconnected for a while. When I went to get it reconnected, turns out not only did the gas lines have a leak, but they are no longer up to code. Period. It's the wrong kind of tubing now. It's the wrong kind of pipe. And so I can't run gas in here. I have a little propane heater, but that thing runs on a little bit of tanks, and one tank is like overnight and then done, and it's still not enough to keep this place heated up. So I'm basically going to be going around with like duct tape and plastic and trying to hang up blankets over the windows, that kind of thing. And just bundling up in whatever I've got and trying to outlast the cold. I'll mail this one off to you, Kruger. And, let's see, Kruger. has just been sent off. You should have received that. Oh my. Oh. Okay. Alright, I'll be right back. I just gotta run into the little artist room again. My life, welcome to it. And I return. Okay. Let's see here. Ouch. Let me check something. Well, nothing yet. Let's see, reboot. Chickadee, 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 chickadee. What was I looking for? What was I looking for? Oh yeah, okay. Pulling stuff up. By the way, Danny Meyer, if you're watching, I've seen your latest picture, man. You have slimmed down. You're looking good, man. Congratulations. Well, it seems that Obama has been making fun of, apparently Republicans are afraid of widows and orphans because they don't want Muslims pouring into this country from Syria. Breaking news in France, a female terrorist posing as a widow wearing a suicide vest blew herself up. I've seen some of these recipes. Oh, it looks like a good recipe. What you do is it takes you get a baking pan, rectangular pan, a pack of Pillsbury cookie dough, a box of Oreo cookies, and some brown mix. All right. You take the cookie dough, chocolate chip cookie dough, press it flat in the bottom of the pan. Then you lay out the Oreos on top of that. Then you pour the brownie batter on top of that. Then you stick it in the oven, bake it for, I believe it said 350 degrees for 30 minutes. You'd have to check on that, but something. And they showed them dishing those things. Oh, they look good. Instant sugar coma. I like this statement. It's a quote by Ted Roosevelt. Thank you, Daniel Marr, for posting this. It says, over sentimentality, over softness, in fact, washiness and mushiness are the great dangers of this age and of this people. Unless we keep the barbarian virtues, gaining the civilized ones will be of little avail. Food for thought, that. It's getting rough out there. It's getting real rough. Let's see. It says the House voted on Syrian refugees. Let's see what they said. Come on, computer. It's just. Okay, this bill just passed. House defies Obama's veto threat, passes refugee, and it was veto-proof majority boot. The U.S. of Representatives just bent Obama over the knee and gave him a spanking. They passed legislation to strengthen screening for Syrian and Iraqi refugees. It passed with a veto-proof majority. Great, so they're going to screen them. You'll pardon me if I'm not over enthusiastic. These are the same people that brought us airport screeners. You remember those guys? You could smuggle a beluga whale past them and they wouldn't notice because they were too busy groping an 18-year-old's boobs through her bra. We think she's packing. So, yeah. I'm kind of results oriented on this issue. I don't want them screened. I want them kept out. I hope our governors don't take this as a compromise. No, this is not a compromise. This is no. It's not good enough. It's not good enough. According to this, the doctors say you should always sleep on your left side. Huh. I'll have to try that. It's supposed to be, well, here, let me show you the picture. See here, because of the way your stomach's built, by sleeping on your left side, it helps prevent acid reflux. I tend to sleep on my right side because of the way my bed's built. I should probably switch over. Okay. Come on, is there anybody out there? Is there any comments you'd like to make? Anything you'd like to talk about? Any issues you'd like to address? Anything, come on, talk to me. Oh, come on, computer. Okay, let's see if I got this on the right camera. Yes. Reading the news anymore, it's become an exercise. It's just basically a repetitive exercise. You read it, and your first thought is, how much longer are we going to put up with this crap? How much longer? How much longer do we put up with this crap? And when the fit finally hits the shan, are we going to have the tenacity needed to make any change we make stick? This is an optimistic thought on my part here. It may well be that our adversaries, our adversaries, have underestimated us. They assume that because we do not, we, uh, the moral majority, the conservative majority, they assume that because we do not riot at the drop of a hat, that we have no nerve. I think that at some level they have made the fatal mistake of confusing uh, temperance for cowardice and patience for weakness. They have made the fatal mistake of mistaking mercy for weakness. Much as the Muslim world does. In the Mideastern world, showing compassion, charity, and mercy. This is no lie. This is no propagandistic statement here. This is no jingoistic remark. This is actually how they think. That basically, when they in the Mideastern culture, only subservient, defeated people give charity. I mean that they see when America goes over into the Mideast and brings charitable aid, they see it as tribute. They don't see it as compassion. They see it as them buying them off. They see it as, us, oh, please don't hurt us, mighty children of Allah. They see us as subjugated. As proof that we are weak and fearful. And I believe that the liberals in our society think to some degree just like that. They see us put up with all sorts of unbelievable shit. There's no other word but shit. They dump on us again and again and again. They riot in our streets. They pass laws that inflict ruin on us. They torment our children. They turn our when they can't torment them, they turn them against us. And they mistake our long suffering for lack of will. They do not realize that it is our strength of will that has kept us from rising up and showing them what a real riot looks like. They think they know what a revolution is. They have no idea. They say, you want a revolution? And it shocks the shit out of them when we do finally have enough and start delivering. They don't know how to deal with it. You know what Kent State was? That was the end of the hippie movement. They were out there, they were just as raunchy and wretched as the Occupy Wall Street movement ever was. Nastier even. And they were out there rioting. And they thought we didn't have the guts. And then those troopers opened fire. And these overgrown children realized, holy shit, when you start a revolution, bullets come back. And all of a sudden, the hippie movement withered away. I remember when during the Gulf War, during the Bush administration, during the Gulf War, the the protesters, just absolutely wretched people. Uh, yeah, the old hippie practice of spitting on the soldiers. The whole 9 yards. Uh, they didn't think anybody had the guts to stop them. They just shameless behavior. Then one day, they decided they were going to barricade, or make a human barricade across the entry and exit gates of one of the warehouses where they were storing equipment that was going out to the soldiers. And the guards opened fire. They used riot equipment, tear gas, and rubber bullets, and dowel rod bullets, uh, shotgun loads, riot control shotgun loads. And people were coming on Facebook, oh, look what the police brutality, but nobody cared. They were this, holy crap, you mean those armed guards will actually shoot? And all of a sudden, uh, the riots and protests got kind of thin on the ground. When things get real, they fold like wet toast. And they think that everybody else does too. And because we haven't taken them to task, they think we never will. And this is the reason Obama's been behaving the way he has. Because he's gotten away with so much, he thinks that he can keep it up forever. He's in for one hell of a shock one of these days. Because he hasn't watched he hasn't studied his uh, recent history. He has badly underestimated what it will take to make the real constituency snap. He has badly underestimated us. People on the left think that armed insurrection is, a game. And they think that we don't have any guts for the game because we don't, because conservatives don't uh, indulge in it lightly. They are getting closer and closer and closer to the tipping point. They think that because we haven't done it yet, that all talk of a second American Revolution or a second Civil War is just all hot air. They don't realize just that we haven't engaged in it because we take it that seriously. Like that one of the recent cases I had where was it? Texas, I think, or well, down in one of the southern central states. They tried to jerk around a farmer one time too many. A rancher tried to kill and confiscate or kill his cattle on the grounds that they were grazing on quote unquote government land. As I recall, that was if I remember correctly, what the reason was. They were basically just, long story short, they were trying to screw some rancher over. And those government agents came down there, and they used to everybody meekly doing whatever they say. And surprise, surprise, there was an army, more or less, waiting there on the road with pickup trucks, horses, and guns, saying, "No, you don't." There was a standoff. They learned just how useless their badge is. When people get sick of their shenanigans. And the government and those agents and their agency backed down in a hurry. If you'd asked me a month ago if I thought the governors of the United States would flat out just refuse to obey the federal government on anything, I would have laughed. I would have said, no way, they'd roll over. And yet here we are today, 35 states. The elected leaders of 35 states came out and said, "No, we are not taking a single one of those so-called Syrian refugees into our state." And all Obama could do was stand there with his jaw flapping, trying to figure out what the heck happened to his little fiefdom. It remains to be seen whether they're going to stand their ground, but they've stood thus far. And this is more than I could have expected or hoped for as little as a week ago from our politicians and our local statesmen. Thank God for that. The left doesn't think we'll fight. The left doesn't know how to fight. The left tries to change this by throwing tantrums. You'll have to excuse me, I'm a little tired. It's just, let's see here. This is coming along nicely. Oh, you want her to be draconic in this picture instead of humanoid? Is that what you're saying, Kruger? You want her to be more of a you want her to be more in dragon form in this one then. Okay, I'll have to uh, I'll have to fiddle around with that a little bit. See what I come up with. Big yawn. Stretch. Oh, big pain. Big pain. Oh, back cramp. Back cramp. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Oh, I go to stretch and now I'm like bent up like a oi, like a pipe cleaner model. Yes. Oh, that'll start. Like a pipe cleaner doll. Ugh. Oh, cramp. Deputy darn. Hecky darn dirty poople. Yeah. Let's see here. Get up of that. Okay. Yes, the background music, by the way, is. Let me pull it up. It is royalty free music by copyrightrebel.com. Uh, Copyright Rebel. Uh, it's on YouTube, of course. Of course, some of his music starts getting old after a while.
I named this wine after my dad and my hero, Josh. He inspired me to follow my dream and start my.
Background, basically. You know, it's one thing to know that other people don't see the world the same way you do. But even though you know it mentally, it never becomes any less jarring. Because there are times where it feels like you're not even sure they're looking at the same world you are. I mean, and it's kind of terrifying too, because you realize there, but for the grace of God, go I. I mean, how can you look? Again, we're going to be talking the current political environment. How can you look at what communism? Well, let's talk communism. How can you look at what communism claims? What communism, socialism, collectivism, whatever you want to call it. How can you look at all the things they claim? How can you look at an entire century of people trying to make communism work and having it fail everywhere it's been tried? How can you look at that? How can you look at that and think, oh, they just didn't, they just weren't devoted enough. We're more enlightened than them. We'll make it work this time. And how can you think that? Oh, we'll just call it, uh, you know, we'll call it something else that will change what it is. We'll call it liberalism. We'll call it progressivism. We'll call it, anything but what it is. And if we pretend really hard, magic monkeys will fly out our butts, and everything will work. And then you take these people. How can they look? How can they look at what Muslims have been doing for 15 centuries? How can they look at what the Quran says? How can they look at what the teachers and scholars of Islam say? How can they look at what the millions of Muslims say? An overwhelming majority of Muslims in every Muslim population in every country, an overwhelming majority of them, we're talking on the order of 60 to 75% at the minimum, say they approve of Sharia law and they approve of terrorism, and that they think that it's justified that they do what they do. These people are radicalized, and how can anybody look at what the Muslims say, look at what the Muslims do, and still insist that it's a religion of peace, quote unquote, or that the war we're fighting is only with Muslim extremists? And you're going, are we looking at the same planet full of Muslims that, that we were last week? What is this? And you realize that some people are just blind, but part of you goes, what's the difference? What is this is the question of the age. Uh, what is the functional difference? What makes the difference between people uh, who see the truth, hear the truth, and believe it, and people who can be told the truth until you're blue in the face and they'll never accept it? What's the difference? You know, what is it? I think what it is, this is going to sound brutal, almost brutalish. I think it's pain. Until they have experienced the pain, until they have experienced pain, they will not believe the truth. Uh, some people only have to see the suffering. They only had to look at the footage of 9/11, and they felt the anguish, and they realized the truth. Other people are not going to believe uh, what the truth. They're not going to believe the truth until it is they themselves who are being beaten, flogged, or stoned for not being a Muslim. They are not going to believe it until they physically suffer. There's an answer to one of the questions that people like to ask all the time. Why is there so much pain in the world? Because pain is the only thing that will break through people's denial. Pain is the only teacher some people will ever believe. And maybe in a way it's the only teacher any of us believe. We can, Christians fall down on, people who become Christians have fallen down on, they have felt the pain of guilt and condemnation. It is, that brings them to their knees before God. Uh, the penitent man grieves because his sins wound him. Pain is the only teacher some people, pain is the only teacher humanity believes. When I was a little baby, when I was just, a little toddler, we used to have an oven. My parents had an oven. It had a glass window in the front. The problem was is that it wasn't properly made. It wasn't insulated. The glass was just one pane of glass. Nowadays they make them with two panes of glass, so there's a separation, and you're not going to burn yourself if you brush up against the glass. But they had that oven with that glass, and there was a light behind it, so that you could see inside and see, how the cake was baking or whatever. And I was determined to touch that glass. I wanted to reach out, touch that glass, get that pretty light. And Mom would catch me over and over again. She'd close that oven and turn on, that light be on, and the light would come on when it reached a certain temperature. I'd be across that kitchen floor like a ship, with my finger out in front of me. Ooh! And she'd grab me. No, 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 no. They tried. They told me no. They swatted my little hand. They, paddled my little behind. It didn't work. Because as soon as their backs were turned, well, Dad finally said, this is the only way he's going to learn. He said, let him touch it. And he had to hold my mom. He told me he had to hold her to keep her from running over to me, to stop me. And I looked at they're not looking, and I toddled right across that floor, and I touched that glass, and then the air raid sirens went off. I burned the tip of my finger. I got a little old blister on the end of my finger. I howled like a fire engine. And then they came over and they swatted my behind again. And then they patched up my finger. And I never tried to touch that stove again. It was the only way I could learn the lesson. And quite frankly, God doesn't have to administer that lesson himself. The sins we chase after carry their own penalties. But I think he lets it hurt as much as possible. Just like my parents did, they let me burn my finger good on that thing. They didn't just to get it through our thick skulls. These people, these fools running our country, and the mobs of useful idiots out there voting for them and cheering them on, they are not going to believe. They are not going to believe. Oh man, the French. You remember how they turned? They betrayed us during the Gulf War. We found out that they were trading guns and bullets and gold to Saddam under the table. There was supposed to be an embargo on his ass, and they were selling oil to him. They were buying oil from him. Our soldiers were out there dodging bullets with the Made in France label, and Germany and Belgium and Russia had all made bundles of money selling weapons to Saddam Hussein's regime. And the French government blocked any efforts we made in the UN to get things rolling. It was appalling. But now they're learning. They have spent every year since then. They've been just they let tens of thousands, millions of Muslims into the country, and they've had more and more riots and unrest and crime and violence and murders. And finally, with this Syrian refugee surge, which is nothing less than an invasion, they finally felt the pain they couldn't ignore when their pretty city of lights, Paris, became victim of a terror attack. They lost 135 people. We lost 3,000. but they are learning after they finally learned, and now they are they're not letting any more Muslims into Paris, and they're out there waging war on ISIS. They had to bleed to learn. Nation after nation in Europe has had to bleed to learn. All these major nations, we went in there, for a reminder, we went into Iraq with a coalition of something like 15 to 20, I forget how many nations, 15, 20, how many was it? Self-important boogers France and Belgium sat out. It was the other little countries that went in with us. We went in there with Great Britain and Australia backing us, and a bunch of other European countries said we're not stupid, and we can't leave this. We've got a terror war on one front. We're not going to leave this treaty-breaking tyrant on the other. And they went in and we cleaned his clock. But now the crown princes of Europe are learning the hard way what the rest of us already knew. But they're having to bleed to do it. And the people in our country, there are people in this country who are not going to believe it until it's their neighborhood that's burning. That's the horror of it. That's the sorrow of it. That's the grief of it. The point of having history is to learn from other people's mistakes. The point of having any kind of knowledge or learning or teaching is to learn from other people's mistakes. But the human race is fallen, and even those who have been redeemed are still mortal human beings with human fallibility, and we are so slow to learn. I mean, God have pity on us. God have mercy on us. have mercy on me, a sinner. Because there are lessons I still haven't learned, and I'm going to have to suffer a lot of pain before, I'm sorry, Hari learns to keep away from the flame. We all struggle. We all need God's grace to steer us through things. Getting a little more tuckered out as further as we go. See, where are the layers? Where are the layers? Save this. think I'll leave the coloring and everything for tomorrow. But it's looking quite good, I hope. Okay, it is 9:30. I gotta start at 4. It's 9:30 now. It's been 5.5 hours. I think I've pretty much hit my limit. I'm starting to doze off in my seat. So I call it a night. I'll see y'all tomorrow at 4. Pick up where we left off. Try and pick up a few more commissions. Try and keep the wheels turning and the fires burning, because they are wanting a huge chunk of my ass for the for the electric bill alone, and I ain't got enough to throw spit at them. So if you know anybody that needs a lot of art done for a lot of money, you. Now, I will see you all tomorrow. Thank you for coming in. And say a prayer for me, because my soul needs a lot of healing. And good Lord knows I need every prayer I can get. Y'all take care, and you have yourselves a good night.